have the opportunity to co-host 2024 World Jewelry Federation Congress with Shanghai Demonstrator Office and World Jewelry Federation. On behalf of Donghao Lansheng Group and China James and Jay Exchange Center, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the Chinese and foreign guests who have come to participate in the 2024 World Jewelry Federation Congress.
世界珠宝联合会是全球珠宝界最具影响力的国际组织之一。2024年世界珠宝联合会代表大会选择在上海举办，我们将精心组织整个会务，希望为各位来宾留下一段美好的、难忘的上海记忆。
The World Jewelry Federation is one of the most influential international organizations in the jewelry industry. The 2024 World Jewelry Federation Congress will be held in Shanghai, which will surely leave an unforgettable memory of Shanghai for all the guests.
东浩人生集团是上海市政府批准成立的现代服务业国有企业集团，总部位于中国上海。我们秉承用我们的专业服务为大众创造幸福生活的企业使命，努力成为现代服务业的领跑者，坚持专业化、市场化、国际化的发展方向，聚焦人力资源服务、会展赛事服务和国际贸易服务。
Donghao Lansheng Group is a large-scale state-owned backbone enterprise group in modern service industry approved by Shanghai Municipal Government, headquartered in Shanghai, China. The group adheres to the corporate mission of using our professional services to create a happy life for the public and strives to become a leader in modern service industry, adheres to the direction of market-oriented and international development, highlights professional advantages, and focus on the three core main business of human resource service, exhibition services, and international trade services.
Thank you. 一直以来，集团锚定世界一流企业的发展目标，立足服务国家战略，彰显 国企使命担当，集团围绕上海5个中心建设，始终致力于做精做高人力资源服务，积极助力上海高水平人才高地的建设，始终致力于做大做强会展赛事和国际贸易服务，积极赋能上海国际会展之都和全球著名体育城市的建设。
Since the beginning of the year, Donghao Lansheng Group has given full play to its own advantages and accord the goal of building a world-class enterprise and further the national strategy and demonstrate the mission of state-owned enterprises. It is necessary to make the human resources service industry higher and more refined, focus on the construction of Shanghai's 5 centers, and further tap the value of talents and provide better services and explore the provision of one-stop comprehensive for foreigners. And it is necessary to make the exhibition events and international trade bigger and stronger and benchmark against world class. Focus on Shanghai to play a greater role in building an international convention and exhibition capital, accelerate the transformation of foreign trade, and make greater
连续6届深度参与，我们以参展、主展、运营和服务保障等多重身份亮相每一届的进博会。今年是第7届，按照习近平总书记对进博会越办越好的要求，集团将更广泛、更深入地参与到这届进博会。在进博会期间，东浩蓝生集团将联手中国宝玉石交易中心主展这个珠宝展区，持续放大进博会的溢出效应。在过去的6届进博会，珠宝展已经成为这整个进博会最具人气的展区之一，累计为来自44个国家和地区的超过1000家珠宝企业参展提供服务。这个展品的累计价值我们已经统计，已经超过了12亿美元。
Since the first China International Import Expo was held in 2018, the Malaysian Group has been dealing for consecutive years, and this year is the 7th. And we will participate more comprehensively. And during the expo, Donghao Malaysian Group organized a jewelry exhibition area and took the lead in holding a jewelry forum to continuously play the spillover effect. In the past 6 sessions of the expo, the jewelry pavilion has become one of the most popular exhibition areas as expo. And the China Gems and Jade Exchange has provided exhibitors for more than 1,000 jewelry companies from 44 countries and regions, with accumulated and valued of more than $1.2 billion.
US dollars. 也同样在2018年，集团推动上海宝玉石交易中心平台升格为唯一的国家级宝玉石交易平台。聚焦产业链中高端的环节的进出口的全市，这个积极的引导宝石业在中国的阳光化和规划经营。作为这个世界宝联合会的成员之一，我们愿意为中国与国际珠宝行业的交流合作搭建桥梁，也欢迎在座的各位来宾在这个来参加我们2天后即将开幕的第7届进博会。
At the end of 2018, the group promoted the upgrading of the Shanghai Gem and Jade Exchange Center to the only national gem and jade trading platform, and the China Gem and Jade Exchange Center will build a whole ecological chain of import and export, focusing on the middle and high-end links of the industrial chain, and guided the transparent and the standardized operation of the gem and jade industry. As a member of the World Jewelry Federation, China Gem and Jade Exchange Center builds a bridge for exchange and cooperation between China and the international jewelry industry. And in 2 days, the 7th CIE will open, and guests are welcome to have a chance to have a look at the expo.
我们只是希望参加本次珠宝联合会代表大会的中外嘉宾都能够加深对中国、对上海的了解，一起探讨全球珠宝行业的发展方向，共谋合作共赢的发展机遇。我们也真诚地期待东浩蓝生和中国宝玉石交易中心未来能与世界珠宝联合会及其成员单位加强沟通，促进中外文化和经济的交流合作。
We believe that through this trip to Shanghai, the Chinese and foreign guests attending the World Jewelry Federation Congress can deepen their understanding of China and Shanghai, and discuss the future development of the global jewelry industry, and find new opportunities for win-win development in the future. It is expected that Donghao Lanshan Group and China Gem and Jade Exchange Center will cooperate with the World Jewelry Federation and its members in multiple fields and levels in the future to promote mutual understanding and exchange between culture and economy.
最后，预祝2024年世界珠宝联合大会代表大会取得圆满成功，也祝愿各位在上海工作期间工作顺利，生活愉快。谢谢大家。
And finally, I sincerely wish you all good health and a happy life during our stay in Shanghai, and thank you. 谢谢，非常感谢李东先生为我们带来的精彩致辞。Thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you so much for your wonderful speech. Please take your seat. 谢谢。好，各位来宾，我们都知道，世界珠宝联合会成立于1926年，是珠宝行业历史最悠久的国际组织，由全球40多个国家中的珠宝贸易组织组成。世界珠宝联合会的宗旨是鼓励基于统一标准开展珠宝贸易，促进珠宝行业的国际合作，并且维护消费者对于行业的信心。The World Jewelry Federation is an international non-profit organization representing the entire jewelry industry supply chain. It was established to promote the development and the stability of the jewelry industry. 那下来时间，让我们共同用热烈的掌声来有请世界珠宝联合会主席Gaetano Guglielmi 先生上台致辞。Now let's welcome President Dr. Gaetano Guglielmi to the stage. Let's welcome.
Mr. Deputy Secretary General, the Honorable Liu Ping, Mr. Li Dong, President of Donghao Lanshan Group, Mr. Simon Chan, CEO of the China Gems and Jade Exchange, Mr. Xu Deming, Honorary President of Gems and Jewelry Trade Association of China, Mr. Baoming Wang, President of the National Gems and Jewelry Testing Group, Mr. Ye Zibing, President of Gems and Jewelry Trade Association of China, Mrs. Feriel Zeruki, President of the World Diamond Council, Mr. Damian Cody, President of the International Color Gemstones Association, Mr. Edward Usher, Vice Chair of Responsible Jewelry Council, Mrs. Iris van der Weken, Executive Director, Watch and Jewelry Initiative 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, Wang Ying Ye Do Shanghai, or Welcome in Shanghai. This is the first CIBJO Congress to have been held in Shanghai, and indeed in mainland China, but this is not the first time we have been conducted an event in this beautiful city. We were here 14 years ago in 2010, when we were invited to organize a seminar in the United Nations Pavilion in the 2010 World Expo, not far away where we are today. As many of you will recall, 2010 was a very interesting year, coming at the tail end of what is today known as the Great Recession. But its effects were far less evident in the developing economies of India, Indonesia, and most notably China. It emerged from the crisis as the world's undisputed second-largest economy with a growth trajectory that suggested it was headed to becoming the world's largest. The jewelry and gemstone industry enjoyed, surprisingly, robust recovery from the Great Recession in great part because of the dynamic growth of the consumer market here in China, which were posting unheard of double-digit growth rates from year to year. The belief at the time, or more accurately, I would say the hope at the time, was that there would be no limit. Sales and revenues would be keeping on climbing as more and more Chinese consumers became enraptured by the lure of fine jewelry. And that might have been the case, at least for a while longer, were it not for an almost invisible thread that took over all our lives in 2020, the COVID. In the space of just a month, the world shut down, and it would be about 2 years before we return to a sense of normality. But history is never circular. It is linear, meaning the world as we knew in 2019 was never going to be the same in 2022, 2023, and definitely not in 2024. The COVID period forced us to adopt new ways of doing business, which, as we discovered, were often more efficient. It also accelerated processes that were already underway, like digital trading, remote communication, virtual reality. Post-COVID consumers are considerably more inclined to search for the purchased product online, but they are increasingly like to demand that those products be traceable and ethically sourced. And in our interconnected and data-rich world, consumers also insist that we not only claim to be responsible, but that we are able to verify it as well. While the accelerated growth rates of 2010s are almost certainly behind us, China continues to outpace most other developing markets, and yes, I think it is correct in 2024 to refer to China as a developed market rather than simply a developing one. China is today the world's largest consumer of colored gemstones, gold, platinum, gold jewelry, and, unsurprisingly, of jade, or fei jewelry as it popularly referred to here. It also is the second largest consumer market of diamond jewelry after the United States. But what also is significant is that China, like India, is shifting from being a country that manufactures goods that are designed or inspired by mainly Western players to becoming a trendsetter on its own right, influencing what is being bought worldwide and exploring its intellectual capital and not only its production capacity. A case in point is jade, or fei jewelry, until quite recently. Many of us in developing Western market consider it as a footnote in our trade statistic. Indeed, even here in CIBJO, jade and jadeite warranted only a relatively short mention in our Colorstone Blue Book. And then, in 2019, my good friend Ken Wong, CEO of CIBJO, requested an hour's worth of time on the agenda of the CIBJO Congress in Bahrain. Together with Dr. Edward Liu, he described a market that at the time was estimated to have an annual worth of more than $8 billion, making jade $8 billion US, making jade the second largest jewelry category after diamonds. We understand. Most of us never realized its size, but thus began a process of formalizing the fei jewelry market on a global scale based on work being done here in mainland China and also Hong Kong. The discussion continued last year in Jaipur, and they will once again here in Shanghai, and it is no longer a discussion group that exclusively is Asian, for it includes gemologists, traders, and academics from across the globe. Much has been written about the creation of diamond market in the 90s here in China, growing from almost zero into the world's second largest market. But it's no longer wrong to state that the single-lane highway of taste, of knowledge moving eastwards has become a dual carriage we're moving in both directions, where Chinese and other Eastern trends and innovation find equally receptive markets in the traditional Western consumer centers. We live in a unified global market. To optimize its potential, much of what we do at CIBJO Congress is of critical importance. People attending a CIBJO Congress for the first time and who sit on the session following the opening ceremony are often surprised to discover that there is very little discussion about prices and value, neither of the jury, not of the components of which it is comprised. Now, this is a business community, and as business people, we are, of course, very interested in prices, revenue, and profits. Without them, very few of us would be seated here today. But those are not the focus of CIBJO. We do not set prices, the market does. And prices rise and fall, along with consumer demand, and most importantly, consumer confidence. And that, ladies and gentlemen, it is ultimately what CIBJO is about. We believe passionately in the potential of the products we manufacture and sell, in the timeless beauty of gems and precious metals, of which they are comprised in the genius and artistry of the men and women who create the final products. In our hearts, we know that there are objects of great value, but we also understand that this value is maintained as a result of an unwritten contract between ourselves and our consumers. If we do not honor our contract, if we do not protect the trust they place in us, then the value of jewelry, the prices, the revenue, and the profits are all worth very little. What we will be discussing over the coming 3 days in the 18 sessions that will follow the opening ceremony today are building blocks of the barricades we construct to protect and defend consumer confidence. These are the creation of standards, operating principles, and universally understood nomenclature to ensure that in an industry with supply chain that crosses multiple borders, we understand each other and work together to ensure the integrity of our products. These building blocks are created and maintained by our various commission, committees, and working groups, and articulated and described in the various blue book and guidance documents we produce. The cement that all these blocks together can be found in our educational programs operating under the umbrella of the World Jewelry Confederation Education Foundation, and now in the recently establishment of CIBJO Academy, whose mission is to communicate and teach what we do within CIBJO to our globally industry and marketplace. And the resilience and hardiness of the building blocks are ensured by our reputation and the image that we project, not simply because we say so, but because of how we behave and seem to behave as an industry, and not only is concerned about not doing harm, but also about providing sustainable opportunities to all our stakeholders. Last month, I had the honor of being just one of only a handful United Nations affiliated non-government organizations to be invited to address a session at the 79th United Nations General Assembly in New York. Speaking to gathering, I said the following: there is no contradiction in a luxury product industry committing itself to helping solve the world's most pressing economic, social, and environmental challenges. Our raw materials are sourced predominantly in economically underdeveloping regions of Africa, South America, Asia, and South Pacific, as are many of the key stakeholders. We have an overriding strategic interest in partnering with governments and the international community. CIBJO has long supported in a paradigm change in the world jewelry, gemstones, and precious metal industries, by which those countries, communities, and individuals who for centuries have supplied our essential raw materials become empowered as key decision makers, able to contribute and benefit equitably from the planning and management of jewelry business in general, as to support their own the hidden strength of our industry is our sense of commitment to one another. Let us celebrate together this incredible, wonderful, fantastic family here in Shanghai. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cavalieri. Thank you so much for your excellent speech. And now please take your seat. Thank you so much. 非常感谢 Cavalieri 先生为我们带来的精彩致辞。好的，请会席落座。当然，同时呢，接下来时间将由我为我们 Cavalieri 先生的致辞来做一个简单的翻译。Okay, and now please allow me to translate the speech for our guests. 尊敬的各位领导、女士们、先生们，大家上午好。非常荣幸 CIBJO 首次在中国，在这座漂亮的城市上海举办。中国是当今世界上最大的彩色宝石、黄金和铂金首饰消费国，它也是第2大钻石首饰消费国。同时要知道的是，中国现在从一个由西方参与设计或启发生产商品的国家，转变为一个引领潮流的国家，并且呢，影响着全世界的购买风向。女士们、先生们，我们坚信我们制造的和销售的产品以及中国市场的潜力，我们相信他们所构成的宝石和贵金属的永恒之美，以及创造最终产品的巨大价值。在下来的3天当中，在今天开幕式之后的18场会议之上，我们将讨论为保护和捍卫消费者信心而建设的保障基石，以确保在一个供应链跨越多个国界的行业当中，我们相互理解，并且共同努力，确保我们产品的完整性。这些构建模块由我们各个委员会和工作组创建和维护，并在他们制定的各种蓝皮书和指导文件当中进行详细描述。下面呢，请让我感谢主办方和承办方，特别是中国宝玉石交易中心才华横溢的专业团队，与我们并肩作战8个月，在今天呈现出如此完美的空前盛会。同时，也要感谢我们的支持者，包括国家宝石和珠宝检测组 NGPC 和中国宝玉石交易中心和珠宝贸易协会以及上海市政府。我同样向赞助商致敬，再一次证明了他们对于珠宝行业以及消费者的绝对承诺。意大利展览集团、戴比尔斯集团、世界黄金协会、Gemfields 保利宝石、富力宝石和铂金协会、上海钻石交易所和自然钻石协会。最后，同样重要的是，请允许我感谢你们所有人，感谢大家在百忙之中抽出时间并参加2024年的 CIBJO 大会。同时，我们行业隐藏的力量，也是我们对于彼此的承诺，让我们在上海一起庆祝和享受我们这一场盛大的聚会。谢谢大家。OK, thank you again for your speech. 谢谢。好了，各位 ，Thank you。好了，各位来宾朋友们，那接下来时间呢，到了我们今天的茶歇时间，我们请各位嘉宾呢可以稍微短暂的休息片刻。那稍后我们今天的精彩内容也会在我们的会场继续。Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the coffee break, and please take a break and come back after 15 minutes. See you later. 谢谢，稍后见。
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
尊敬的各位来宾，本次会议即将开始，请您尽快就座，并将手机等通讯设备关闭或置于静音状态。谢谢您的合作。
Ladies and gentlemen, the event will begin shortly. Can we please ask for you to kindly take your seats? We would like to remind you again to switch off all mobile phones and put electronic devices to silent mode. Thank you for your cooperation.
Okay, good. Welcome again, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. We are now going to call the leaders of the industry on stage. I would like to call Mr. Wang, please. Join us on stage. Mr. Ye, please join us on stage. Mrs. Ferrucchi, please join us on stage. Mr. Asher, please join us on stage. Mr. Cody, please join us on stage. Mrs. Van der Werke, please join us on stage. Mr. Farsura, please join us on stage. Okay. The program of this session, it will be the following. We will run a little video from Italian Exhibition Group, is a few seconds. And then this time, because we have the leadership of the industry, I have preferred to honor the leaders myself and being acting as the master of ceremony. So I would ask to start running the video, please.
Vincenzaro, a successful event organized by Italian Exhibition Group, the largest show in Europe for goldsmith and jewelry, bringing together the entire production chain, a global stage for trendsetters, buyers, journalists, and opinion leaders. A fulfilling Italian experience, art, tradition, craftsmanship, eternal beauty. See you at Vincenzaro, January 2025.
Thank you very much, Marcel. And now I would like to call to the podium Mr. Wang from NGTC. Please, Mr. Wang. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
尊敬的贾瓦里主席，尊贵的来宾、女士们、先生们，大家上午好。在第7届中国国际进口博览会召开前夕，我们满怀喜悦与期待，齐聚上海，共同迎来了世界珠宝联合会2024年年会的盛大开幕。作为年会的支持单位，我谨代表珠宝国检集团向远道而来的各位嘉宾表示最热烈的欢迎和最诚挚的感谢。中国国际进口博览会是中国着眼于推进新一轮高水平对外开放做出的重大决策，是中国主动向世界开放市场的重大举措。世界珠宝联合会选择此时此地举办年会，全球珠宝行业同仁共聚一堂，更加印证了中国珠宝首饰行业走向世界、拥抱全球的决心。世界珠宝联合会作为历史悠久且享有权威声誉的珠宝国际组织，自1926年创立以来，通过制定行业标准，科学推动国际间贸易的互通互动，精准把握各个历史时期珠宝行业的最新动态与趋势，尊重文明互鉴，遵循经济规律，关注行业自律，引领产业的交流与融合，促进全球珠宝产业供应链的共享共荣，是积极倡导全球珠宝行业团结协作的领军机构。世界珠宝联合会对国际珠宝业做出了近100年的卓越贡献，不仅是珠宝行业全球化发展的历史见证者，也是创造珠宝行业现代化进步的重要参与者，更将是引领珠宝行业科技文化融合式发展的领先推动者。近年来，全球贸易多元化趋势日益明显，世界经济面临多重复杂不确定性的因素增多，身处全球消费经济的关键转型期。世界珠宝联合会2024年年会围绕行业标准、可持续发展和负责任采购这一主题展开交流与探讨，恰逢其时。 年会的举办，促使全球珠宝业界在规模化拓展的过程中深刻思考，如何应用更加科学的方法来强化行业的规范运转，如何建立更加健全的品牌系统来实现高质量发展。珠宝国检集团作为与中国珠宝玉石首饰行业同步成长起来的科技文化综合服务平台，30多年以来，在主管部委的坚强领导下，在科学研究、标准制定、检验检测、职业教育、国际交流、文化建设等方面，以国家队站位服务珠宝行业和国内外消费市场，是产业资源创新型平台。我们坚守国有企业的职责，不断提升服务能力，在市场首发了一物一证一码一链的珠宝检测服务模式和数字化证书的创新服务产品。我们作为全国珠宝玉石标准化技术委员会的依托单位，开创了以全球唯一的世界级珠宝检测标准为标杆的中国珠宝检测标准体系建设。我们坚持30多年，通过检验检测和职业教育，规范了行业有序运行，保障了行业的可持续发展。我们通过组织和参加各类业内外活动以及媒体宣传，开展科普服务和文化传播，科学引导着消费市场，也持续强化着消费者教育。科技创新也是文明的延续，科技与文化的共同进步是支撑珠宝行业高质量发展的双翼。今天，世界珠宝行业代表共襄盛举，就是西方宝石文化所折射出清澈、自然、美好的人类理想，和中国玉文化所蕴含的谦和、从容、豁达的人文精神共同架起的友谊桥梁。在这届年会上，我们将向来自世界各地的珠宝界同仁系统汇报翡翠国际名称的标准化制定工作，以及在东西方文化认知交流的基础上，进一步促进翡翠商贸流通的思考。我们期待与更多国家和地区的珠宝机构、组织、企业加强合作，共同推动东西方宝石文化和玉石文化的传承与商贸的发展。我们期待与各位嘉宾进行深入对话，增进彼此了解，拓展合作领域。我们期待参加年会的各国代表贡献智慧，能够为全球珠宝行业的蓬勃发展注入强劲的动力。在此，我要再次感谢世界珠宝联合会，感谢贾瓦里主席，为我们提供这样一个宝贵的交流与合作平台，让我们以更加开放的心态和包容的胸怀，迎接日益变化的市场挑战与机遇，共同绘制珠宝行业更加灿烂的篇章。最后，预祝世界珠宝联合会2024年年会圆满成功，祝愿各位嘉宾身体健康，事业顺遂。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Mr. Wang. Your words are always inspiring. And now I would like to call on the podium Mr. Ye. Please, Mr. Ye. Thank you very much.
尊敬的嘎瓦列里主席先生，尊敬的各位来宾、女士们、先生们，大家上午好。很高兴应邀参加世界珠宝联合会会员代表大会，能与世界各国珠宝界新老朋友们相聚在上海。在此，我代表中国珠宝玉石首饰行业协会，代表中国全体珠宝业界同仁，对你们的到来表示热烈的欢迎，对世界珠宝联合会会员代表大会的召开表示热烈的祝贺。世界珠宝联合会是珠宝行业一个重要的国际组织，具有广泛的代表性，在促进各国珠宝行业交流与合作，维护供应链稳定和安全，推动珠宝产业科技创新、合规、 及可持续发展，鼓励珠宝行业为增进人类福祉做出了积极的贡献，发挥着重要的作用。中国有一句古话：“有朋自远方来，不亦乐乎。”我们热诚地欢迎世界珠宝联合会选择在中国召开会员代表大会。广阔的市场、强劲的消费、转型升级的产业、友好的营商环境、开放的政策，是我们最好的待客之道。是我们也欢迎世界各国的珠宝企业同仁共同分享中国机遇。中国有着全球最大而且增长潜力巨大的珠宝消费市场，是全球最重要的珠宝加工制造和贸易中心之一。中国的珠宝行业有22.4万家各类企业，有近400万从业者从事与珠宝相关的工作。2021年至2023年，按销售额计算，中国珠宝终端市场的规模分别为7200亿、7190亿、8200亿人民币，同比年均增长率为6.7%。按照中国国家统计局的数据，过去5年，中国市场的金银珠宝零售总额年均增长幅度达到了7.5%，跑赢了同期社会消费品零售总额的平均增长水平。中国的珠宝市场有着多元化、多层次的结构，而且中国不断扩大的中产阶层和持续推进的城镇化，为珠宝行业的稳健发展和国际合作提供了广阔的空间和战略纵深。中国是全球最大的黄金消费国和生产国，黄金类产品占中国珠宝市场的份额达到了63%。中国是全球第2大的钻石消费市场，钻石类产品约占中国珠宝市场的7.3%的份额。近几年来，虽然钻石需求下降明显，但仍然有74%的中国消费者仍然坚定地认为天然钻石的价值高于培育钻石，天然钻石将继续占领市场的主导地位。中国是全球最大的玉石翡翠市场，年销售额1500亿人民币左右，约占中国珠宝市场的份额达到了18.3%。中国对彩色宝石的需求坚挺稳健，近年来彩色宝石的市场份额稳定保持在3.8%到4.4%之间。在此，珍珠、铂金及银饰类产品的市场份额分别达到了4.3%、0.9%，其他的品类合计占到2.3%。这就是中国珠宝市场的多元化、多层次的结构。中国有着完整、紧密、通畅、门类丰富、配套齐全的珠宝产业链，供应链稳定、可靠、高效，分销渠道网络几乎遍布全球各地。2023年，中国珠宝类产品的进出口总额为1453.3亿美元，1453亿美元，比较2019年增长了80.1%，近5年平均增长率为18.3%，其中出口总额为313.28亿美元，比2019年增长了53.3%，近5年平均增长率达到了11.8%。进口总额为1140亿美元，比2019年增长了近1倍，近5年的平均增长率为23.5%。显然，中国多年来在珠宝进出口贸易上的巨大利差表明，中国市场的强劲需求促进了进口国珠宝行业的增长。中国珠宝行业加速实现创新驱动战略，积极推进数字化、智能化转型。2023年，中国珠宝行业有关的外观设计、发明和实用新型3种类别的有效专利数为8534件，总量高于过去5年的平均值。其中，外观设计专利7638件，占比达到了90%；发明和实用新型专利896件，占比10%。一份来源于权威专利机构的报告显示，过去5年，中国珠宝行业的专利申请量和有效专利的数量均居于国际同行的前列。当前，中国的珠宝行业正在积极拥抱数字化、智能化。国内约80%的珠宝检测机构进行了不同程度的数字化改造，推出了数字证书。在这一方面 ，NGTC 是领军的。智能制造、智慧零售和基于大模型的人工智能也加快在珠宝行业的应用推广。中国的珠宝市场关税门槛越来越低，我们坚信，开放合作是国际珠宝产业实现包容性增长的重要动力。 自2018年7月1号以来，中国降低了1449个税目的日用消费品进口关税，涉及珠宝首饰类的税目有18个，平均进口关税率由30.67%降为9.89%，平均降幅达到67.75%。其中，黄金、白银首饰制品关税由20%下调至8%，铂金、铂制其他贵金属制品由35%下调至10%，天然或者养殖珍珠制品、宝石或者半宝石制品由35%下调至10%。综合税率方面，黄金、银首饰制品及其零件，包括镶嵌钻石类及其他，由40.4%降为25.28%，降幅达到了35.51%。铂金首饰及其零件由57.95%降至了27.60%，降幅达到51.24%。宝石、半宝石制品，包括天然的、合成的和再造的，以及天然或者养殖珍珠制品，关税由75.5%降至了41.77%，降幅达到了43.54%。中国的关税正在不断的降低。女士们、先生们、朋友们，我们一向重视国际合作，积极参与珠宝行业的全球事务。我们致力于事关珠宝行业公平竞争、协同共进、互利互惠的国际重大议程上发挥重要的建设性作用。我们愿意为促进全球珠宝产业的可持续发展贡献中国智慧、中国方案。当前，世界进入新的动荡变革期，世界经济增长动力不足，不稳定、不确定、难以预料的因素在不断的增多。全球珠宝行业也面临着增长放缓、消费疲软、成本上升、贸易关系紧张、发展不平衡等诸多艰巨的挑战。我们衷心的期望本届大会能为我们应对挑战制定一份可行的路线图。同时，面对分歧，各国珠宝业界能够求同存异，寻求最大公约数，团结一致向前看、向前走。最后，预祝2024世界珠宝联合会会员代表大会取得圆满的成功，祝各位同行在上海、在中国度过一段愉快的中国之旅。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Mr. Ye, for your very comprehensive speech. It is always a pleasure for us to share this important information, and obviously we are very happy to continue our cooperation with you and the entire industry in China. Let me call on stage now Mrs. Feryal Zerouki, President of the World Diamond Council and Vice President of the De Beers Group of Companies. Feryal, please. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Let me start with the protocols. Mr. Simon Chang, CEO of the China and Gem and Jade Exchange, Mr. Zhu Deming, Honorary President of Gem and Jewelry Trade Association of China, Mr. Baoming Wang, President of the National Gems and Jewelry Testing Group, Mr. Yi Zibing, President of the Gems and Jewelry Trade Associations of China, Dr. Gaetano Cavalieri, President of the World Jewelry Confederation, CIBJO, Mr. Edward Asher, Vice Chair of the Responsible Jewelry Council, Mr. Damien Cody, President of the International Coloured Gemstone Association, Ms. Iris van der Wecken, Executive Director of the Watch and Jewelry Initiative, fellow CIBJO members, colleagues and friends. Good morning. I'd like to begin by thanking CIBJO and our remarkable president, Dr. Gaetano Cavalieri, for gathering us here in beautiful Shanghai, and Mr. Simon Chan for hosting us so elegantly. Thank you. This city is known for its resilience, adaptability, and visionary growth. This place is an ideal What did I want to share? And I decided that today I want to talk to you about what true leadership means from a De Beers and a World Diamond Council perspective. So let's start with De Beers.
Mr. Simon Chen, CEO of the China Gem and Jade Exchange. Mr. Xu Deming, Honorary President of the Gems and Jewelry Trade Association of China. Mr. Baomin Wang, President of the National Gems and Jewelry Testing Group. Mr. Yi Zibing, President of Gems and Jewelry Trade Association of China. Dr. Gaetano Cavalieri, lifetime MC for all the conventions that we do. The Honorable Mrs. Feriel Zerouki, President of the World Diamond Council. Mr. Damien Coley, President of the International Colored Gem Association. Mrs. Iris van der Vieken, Executive Director of the Watch and Jewelry Initiative 2030. Dear members of the CIBJO, dear colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Before you stands a veteran diamantaire. With more than 50 years of experience, I've seen many ups and downs in our industry. They come and go. We are now in a cycle that is not so easy for many participants. We're still remembering the boom in business after the Corona period. We were all enjoying that as if it was natural, as if it was our right after a difficult period. It seems to me that many forgot how good it was recently, and various factors have influenced this situation. The economic situation in the People's Republic of China is clearly having an influence. The abundance of lab-grown diamonds is another one. There is uncertainty where we are going. One factor is the American elections, and about those we shall probably know more this month, maybe even next week. But uncertainty does not help consumer confidence. And all we do, selling jewelry, diamonds, colored stones or watches, is about consumer confidence. When we are talking about consumer confidence, we are talking about all aspects. The general economic situation, not only in China, but the USA and Europe, is the most important consumer markets. But we also must look at other factors influencing the consumer. A responsible supply chain and the change in environmental demands. Talking about responsible supply chain, there has been a lot of work done with great success, such as the Kimberley process eradicating conflict diamonds. My dear friend Feriel Zerouki of De Beers has been one of the leaders and has greatly contributed to its success for a long time. Environmental demands are an important element both from our governments and in many countries from NGOs and consumers. And on the supply side, there are also various factors. Two important factors in the supply chain are the sanctions on Russian diamonds and the situation around De Beers. The sanctions by the G7 have brought uncertainty for many players, as it is not very clear how they will be expanded into polished diamonds and how these sanctions will influence the smooth working of the diamond market. And let's not forget that not all countries endorse those sanctions. In addition to this development, we have seen the hostile offer on Anglo-American, which has influenced the decision to sell its daughter company De Beers. Of course, since many years, De Beers is only one of the players in the rough diamond mining, but a very important one. It's also the strongest defender of natural diamonds. It knows best the structure and working of the diamond market, and sometimes it is visionary, such as with Tracer and Gem Fair in Sierra Leone, which aims to connect artisanal and small miners to the world market. The push of De Beers has done great things for the Natural Diamond Council and the marketing of the category natural diamonds. Some here might be surprised hearing me praising De Beers for its work. But let me assure you that it is my sincere wish that De Beers comes out of this new situation with full strength. That is in the interest of all in the diamond and jewelry market. Now let's have a look at the sustainability and ESG, the environmental social governance goals. This is within the core objective of the Responsible Jewelry Council since its beginning 20 years ago. We have received this month several reports from CIBJO, which has done so much to show and improve responsibility in the sourcing of jewelry in the widest sense and the environmental roles it plays in various industries. My compliments to all who have worked so tirelessly on these issues. Coming back to the RJC, it is the cornerstone to build confidence both for governments and for consumers. As well known, not all governments think equally about what must be done. But let me look at the European Union where I come from. The EU has developed a strong set of rules for accountability about environmental issues. New regulations are coming into effect by the end of this year. And here we come to political issues as well. Some governments have different ideas than others. But companies in these countries often work internationally and have to do with regulations and laws in all countries where they work. That brings me to the importance of the SMEs, the small and medium-sized enterprises, which form the backbone of our industry. It is not only big companies, but also the thousands of small enterprises which try to follow what they should do in ESG and SDGs. None of them would be able to name all 17 SDGs, but all must face them and use them. Here the RJC plays a fundamental role. As the only recognized body in our industry by the standard organization ICIL, a membership of RJC is proof of good behavior, of respect for the ESG and SDG goals. The RJC is growing now into a body with 2,000 members, and there is a waiting list. We realize that under a new chairman and fresh team, RJC is set to widen its influence and assist many members, large and small, to fulfill our goals. But we are not looking inwards. We are looking open to our colleagues in all organizations to work together for a future in our industry. Our motto is not selfish. Our goals are universal, and the aim of what we do is to preserve the consumer confidence for our products and to work for a safer, better world with respect to all values which are so dear to us. Our families, our environment, our future, human rights, and a better world. Many developments will be discussed during this week for the betterment of our industry and the people working in it. With this in mind, I look, as a veteran who has seen it all, with great confidence into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward. I have to say that at this point in time, before I call the next speaker, that I am personally truly enjoying and enchanted by the level of the speech that all of you are giving to our audience. And I believe that what you have said, each one of you, and those after you coming in with the same magnitude of messages, we can only build a better industry. I would like to call to the podium Mrs. Iris van der Weghe from the Watch and Jewelry Initiative 2030. Iris, please. Stephen?
Your Excellencies, if you would like to give me 1 minute so that I can have my slides, please. While I hope that my slides will be coming, allow me to greet you. Hello, my name is Iris van der Weghe. I'm the Executive Director of the Watch and Jewelry Initiative 2030, co-founded by Kering and Cartier, and I'm deeply honored to be here today. I welcome Mr. Li Dong, President of Donga Langshan Group, Mr. Simon Chan, CEO of the China Gem and Jade Exchange, Mr. Xu Dimeng, Honorary President of Gems and Jewelry Trade Association of China, Mr. Baomon Wang, President of the National Gems Jewelry Testing Group, Mr. Ye Zibing, President of Gems and Jewelry Trade Association China, Dr. Gaetano Cavalieri, President of CIBJO, Mrs. Ferial Zerouki, President of the World Diamond Council, Mr. Damien Cody, President of the International Colored Gemstones Association, Mr. Edward Asher, Vice Chair of the Responsible Jewelry Council, fellow CIBJO members, colleagues, and friends. I hope my slides will be there. But maybe, while I hope the slides will come, allow me to introduce the Watch and Jewelry Initiative 2030 and maybe reflect on some of the thoughts of my colleague members. First of all, like I said, I'm deeply honored to be here today because if we as an industry want to commit to trusted consumer, we have to work together. And that's also exactly the philosophy while the Watch and Jewelry Initiative 2030 was actually co-founded only 2 years ago. So we're actually the youngest organization. So I have to speak here with quite some humility. So I wanted to talk very quickly about 4 topics. One is indeed our governance, because I think it's important to know who we are. Second, the core pillars of our initiative, some of the key milestones that we have achieved, and partnerships. And maybe, if it's okay, can I have a mic like this, because I can't see the screen? you very much for your patience. I'm not going to go too much into detail, but I think, first of all, the philosophy of the initiative is to be absolutely multi-stakeholder. So even though we are, I would say, a small but courageous initiative, we want to work together with the whole industry, but we also want to engage with policymakers, with civil society, and with the different associations. We actually started that from the start. So we have different action committees, and some of you are present here, like John Mulligan and Nora Yams here, because we believe it's important to include the wider industry. When we look at our board, we have different players from big brands like Cartier, Chanel, and Kering, but we also have leading people like Dr. Gaetano Cavalieri, like Bernadette from the BJOP that are present here, but also independent voices. We think it's super important as an industry to also have an outside view. And I think as an industry we've done a lot, and when I look at Feriel, when I look at the beers, when we started with the best practice principles that actually changed the industry, when I think about 2005, the Responsible Jewelry Council, a huge milestone at that moment, it was thinking in French, what we would say avant la lettre, on a philosophy to unite the industry, to build consumer confidence. And of course, also all the work on the Kimberley process. Actually, every step that every association does is a contribution to the bigger dream and the promise to the consumer. And that's all about trust and integrity. And so when we look at some of our independent directors, it's, for example, Dr. Anino Imua, founder of 100 Women of Davos, but also, for example, Kiro Kell, the co-founder of the Global Compact, largest sustainability initiative in the world, and also Jane Wang, for example, CEO of Social Accountability International. All these people bring drive and additional expertise to bring us into the right direction. We believe it's about people. No one can do this alone. Each one of you within this room or a family business is leading an association, and at the end of the day, when we look at the total value chain from mining to retail, each one of us is responsible. And I think, Gaetano, you made a good point, and I think it was also Edward, that at the end of the day, we have thousands of family businesses that are part of this important value chain and that we need to bring along. And that's why education is important, standards are important, and also innovation. And we believe that's where we fit in. I think I would like to remind everyone we are not a standards body. We are here to work together with the Responsible Jewelry Council, with the ISO, with S8000, ISO 14001, etc. But we're here to help accelerate and innovate. And like you say, Feriel, action, action, action. So what is some of the work that we've been doing from the start? The philosophy was, if we think about the pressing regulations, everything that's happening with EU, on the CSDDD, on much more deeper due diligence on human rights, on the connection between human rights, on circularity, etc., those are complex topics that no one will be able to fix alone. So we believe it's important that our initiative, as a small initiative, will try out, will exchange, will bring up some of the biggest expertise together, but at the end of the day, with one core objective, to bring that knowledge back to the industry. So let's look at some of the core pillars. So when companies join, we ask them to commit to 3 pillars: climate resilience, biodiversity, and nature and inclusiveness. So what have we done? On the first pillar, climate, we ask companies to go on a journey to science-based targets, which is actually challenging, not so much for the bigger brands, I think, and many of the mining houses, but definitely for the SME. And we've been working intensively with SMEs on what we call a climate navigator pathway. And that's actually about education, 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 to move the industry to action. And it's challenging, and John Mulligan sits there, he knows it's very challenging, but we're not giving up. And we're very proud that we've been able to succeed to already get many SMEs into the journey, but now it's about, accelerating the journey. So we've invested a lot in education and will continue to do so. On the second pillar, nature, everyone has been focusing much on the social factor. If we go back the past 20 years working in the industry, we focused on human rights, on decent labor, on health and safety. But now there's a big, big topic that is absolutely integrated in the regulations, and that's nature. And nature is actually now where climate was 20 years ago. Everyone is working on the SBTN framework. Regulations will only accelerate. And that's why we've invested a lot of resources on building a nature roadmap. We've been working with civil society, with very different stakeholders, from WWF to SBTN to TNFPF, every organization, to really build a nature roadmap, a first starting point in the industry, and we look forward to your feedback on that. Of course, one thing is to bring a nature roadmap to the industry. The other one is to be able to educate and help companies. So we have built a nature primer, and we're now working on a digital nature handbook to help companies, especially SMEs, to start this journey. On the third pillar, inclusiveness, this is a really important topic, I think very close to our heart. If we think about our industry, which is 90% influenced by women, we do see that we still have often a long way to go on the diversity, equity, and inclusion agenda. So we have a very strong collaboration with UN Women, where we have 2 big main work streams: activate, accelerate. One is really to help companies start to understand how they can integrate diversity into their companies with tools, guidance, education, and working documents. And the second point has been a very interesting gender-responsive procurement assessment that we did with about 10 brands and many suppliers to understand how much are you buying from women entrepreneurs or companies that have gender as part of the core business strategy. And especially if you think about colored gemstones, where 90% is artisanal, how can we help and advance women across the value chain? And of course, looking at also what's happening in the regulations with human rights, we continue to focus on due diligence. And then everything about ESG. Everyone has been talking about ESG. A lot of people are getting anxiety about ESG because it's a very complex topic. We seem to forget it's actually an enabler to understand better the data in our organization, to be able to build better management systems. But that's why we worked for 1.5 years with ESG Book in London on building an independent technology platform from SMEs, from starters to leaders, to bring them on this journey. And I'm not going to go into the detail, but we've worked with lawyers, legal policymakers, etc., to look at how much, if these companies join this platform and take that learning pathway, how much will they comply with the new regulations. My personal view is regulations should not be a push to be willing to be responsible. To be compliant, that's normal. But because of the fact that regulations have been so excessive and are so challenging, we do believe we have a duty to support our companies and especially members. We're very proud of that. We have now over 50% of companies that are already on track, and we're helping the other 50% move the needle. I'm not going to go too much into the key milestones. I think, Gaetano, you're in the board. You've been very well aware of it. But I think, as a last point, I wanted to say that no one can do this alone. When we talk about our industry, when that consumer walks into a store, it's going to buy with emotions. It's going to think about trust and integrity. And that story behind that product needs to be a good story. It needs to be a good story on human rights, on environment and nature. And I think that's where we are. As an initiative, we want to help support the industry. We want to accelerate some of those work streams. And we want to build good tools that can be used by the wider industry. Like I said, with humility, we're here to support. We thank you again, Dr. Gaetano, for the opportunity to be here. And we're looking forward to a successful conference where we can work together. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Iris. It's very interesting to see your presentation, and that shows once more and again the unity of our industry. I would like to call to the podium Mr. Damien Cody, President of ICA. Damien, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you to my good friend Dr. Cavalieri and CIBJO and our wonderful hosts in China for having us all here. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a rather short address, and the idea is to maybe look at a different slant on where our industry is at. The industry has demonstrated remarkable resilience and endurance over a period which dates back to prehistory. In fact, there's evidence of jewellery beads made from seashells, bones, teeth and stones that date back to the Paleolithic period, 75,000 years ago. And as an industry, we can draw great strength from the jewellery industry's almost bulletproof feat of endurance. Unlike most industries, our industry has endured through disasters, wars, religious crusades, collapse of economies, cultural revolutions, changing social fashions, changing trends, and technological advancements. This resilience has been driven by many factors. Jewellery has been deeply woven into cultural practices such as gift-giving, tokens of affection, celebrations of life cycle moments. Jewellery is used for adornment, artistic expression, or a fashion accessory. It's used as an amulet or a charm, sometimes with spiritual meaning or astrological qualities. It's been treated as an heirloom, and this ensures that the tradition passes on through generations. Jewellery and gems have been used as a preferred store of wealth or a safe haven asset. And the market diversity and the wide range of prices and qualities allows the industry to maintain demand across different economic segments and to be able to adjust to changing consumer trends. There are new and emerging markets where economic growth is creating new classes of consumers, constantly expanding market segments and adding layers of demand. The adaptability of the industry to embrace new technologies like social media and e-commerce has helped attract new audiences. So, here we are with this bulletproof industry, or so it seems. Can we please make sure that we are not the generation that triggers the decline and fall of this mighty industry? How could this failure happen, you might ask? Well, in my opinion, there are 5 big risks that we could face. Failure number 1, erosion of consumer confidence. So let's provide full and honest disclosure about our products. Let's use consistent terminology and gemological reporting. Failure number 2, allowing others to set unreasonable goals for transparency of our supply chain. Let's drive the narrative to ensure we help the consumer understand the complexity of the supply chain and instead celebrate the role of our artisanal miners and cutters. Number 3, greenwashing. Let's stamp out this practice, which generally starts with a very negative premise and is followed by unsubstantiated claims. Failure number 4, commoditisation. Let's learn from the lessons surrounding the lab-grown diamond issue. Let's share the wonderful stories about the rarity, the beauty, and the efforts of so many to bring these beautiful stones to market. Failure number 5, being unsustainable. As an industry, let's make every effort to reduce our footprint and do no harm so that future generations can prosper. And finally, how about this for an idea? Let's focus less on the negativity and bring back the love, the romance, the spontaneity, the joy attached with the purchase of jewellery. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Damien. Very interesting presentation. And lastly, I would like to call Matteo Farsura, Director of Fashion and Jewelry from Italian Exhibition Group. Matteo, please.
Hello everyone. Dear Mr. Cavalieri, dear members of the board and esteemed colleagues of the CIBJO community, on behalf of Italian Exhibition Group, my president Maurizio Ormetti and our CEO Corrado Peraboni, I want to extend our warmest wishes for a successful Congress show. It's truly a pleasure for me to be here representing IEG and the continuing long-standing partnership with CIBJO. Over the years, our commitment in the standard and integrity of the jewelry industry is the aim of our collaboration. Vicenzauro aims to be an international platform, and we need this kind of events and collaboration to be so international in the future. So we're looking forward to work together in the next year, and thank you everyone for the present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matteo. I would like to express once more and again my very deep appreciation for all the incredible speakers that we have had. I want to thank all of them for their presentation. And because we are quite running over time, thank you very much to all of you. The coffee break you had before, so we now continue. So I want to thank again our speakers. Thank you so much. And I call Mr. John Mulligan on stage to run his session. John, please. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, I have it, thank you. Good morning, it's a real pleasure to be here. I'm John Mulligan, I'm proud to be the President of the Sustainable Development Commission for CIBJO. I'm also the Head of Sustainability Strategy for the World Gold Council, and certainly no stranger to China. China is the largest gold market in the world, it is the largest gold consumer, the largest gold producer, and the largest gold importer. And over the last 2 decades, I've seen remarkable growth, so certainly no stranger. But I'm here today wearing my hat for CIBJO, and I'm aware we're running short of time. So I did have a speech, but I'm going to abandon it, and I'm sure some of you will thank me for that. We are going to be talking today about coming together, and that's what this Congress is all about. It's the industry coming together to demonstrate progress on our shared sustainability goals. Certainly that's what we're going to be talking about. But before I welcome my guests, can I just call Gaetano back to the stage for a little moment? Gaetano Cavalieri, please.
Thank you very much, John. I would like to express the commendable work that John and his commission is doing, and all the friends that in a few minutes will be on stage. But one thing that I would like to underline is the element of transparency and honesty. And because we have had the wonderful, surprising presence of Mrs. Ivana Ciabatti. She is the CEO of Ital Preziosi, which is a top refinery based in Italy, in Arezzo. She has been awarded one of the top 100 women managers by Forbes. And I would like to give the floor, even though it's not only a joy, but it's a privilege to have you here, Ivana, with us. And I would like to invite you to address and give us a few words. Ivana, please.
Buongiorno, un caro saluto a tutte le autorità presenti, un caro saluto a tutti i presenti, un ringraziamento particolare al nostro Presidente Gaetano Cavalieri e al suo team.
Greetings to all of the authorities and to all of those present here today, and a special thank and greeting to Gaetano Cavalieri.
Sono Presidente di Ital Preziosi, Presidente della Fondazione Rondine Cittadella della Pace, Presidente degli Imprenditori della Pace.
I'm Ivana Ciabatti, President of Ital Preziosi, and President of the Peace Foundation of Rondine, and President of the Entrepreneur for Peace.
Da sempre due temi fondamentali hanno caratterizzato il mio percorso, innovazione e sostenibilità.
Since always, two are the pillars that has been characterizing my journey: innovation and sustainability.
Infatti siamo stati tra i primi al mondo, o i primi, nel 2007 a porci il problema della tracciabilità, della trasparenza, e abbiamo parlato di oro etico con un progetto concreto in Honduras.
In 2007, we have been pioneering within in the industry to create the first chain of custody certified project in Honduras, where we helped a community and on the production of gold. And this has been a pioneering project enhancing transparency and ethics in the supply chain.
Con il nostro percorso sostenibile vogliamo promuovere un futuro più equo, armonioso, rispettoso dell'ambiente, delle persone e delle risorse del pianeta.
With this sustainability path and journey, we want to make sure that we can create a corporate culture that respects nature, environmental safeguards and human rights throughout the whole supply chain.
Valorizzando l'educazione, la formazione e la sensibilizzazione.
Giving a great value to education and raising awareness, which is able through collaboration.
L'etica rappresenta una scelta di vita, un modo di agire. È una parola spesso usata a sproposito, ma è qualcosa dove nessuno nasce imparato. Per quanto riguarda la mia esperienza, devo dire che è molto più facile pronunciarla che metterla in pratica.
Ethics is not just is a way of living, but it's a way of acting. I've been practicing it in my work, and for me, it's something that you can grow with it. And I've been applying it, acting in my work, and sometimes I see that it's usually misused because it's easier to speak about ethics rather than apply it.
Si tratta di una crescita interiore ed esteriore. Nessuno nasce imparato. Devo dire, se vogliamo fare le cose seriamente, ha un costo economico importante che purtroppo il mercato ad oggi non riconosce del tutto, ma sono molto fiduciosa per il prossimo futuro.
It's about an interior but also an external growth, and it has its cost, especially when it's about business, and sometimes the market does not recognize it right after, but she hopes and she knows that she believes that in the future this will pay back businesses.
Il team di Ital Preziosi è da una parte impegnato, orgoglioso in questo cammino, anche se nel nostro piccolo siamo coscienti anche se siamo piccoli siamo coscienti di poter dare un contributo importante al miglioramento della condizione morale ed economica dell'essere umano.
So Ital Preziosi, with its team, is proud of the work that we have been doing, and we hope that this can give a positive change in the way that we are thinking about corporate culture, which is about dignity, moral, and enhancing the human ethics.
Con questo cammino sostenibile si può tenere insieme economia, ambiente e individuo, lanciando una nuova cultura, una speranza. Devo dire nel mio piccolo, con molta umiltà, la possibilità di creare e di contribuire a un mondo migliore.
So with this approach, new corporate culture, she hopes that this can create a better approach in the industry, which has always been her dream, to make sure that through her work she could improve also the world.
Quest'anno Ital Preziosi ha ottenuto la certificazione B Corp, mi risulta essere al momento la prima affinazione a livello mondiale. Per noi è un onore ma anche un impegno a contribuire ogni giorno a migliorare, a crescere, a fare qualcosa di più.
We have been certified B Corp this year, and so far we are the only refinery of precious metal that achieved this certification. It has been a great step and a great honor for us, but it's also a great responsibility to show that it is possible and to make sure that the market can follow this path.
Ho sempre sognato di fare profitto, è vero, ma con morale, con dignità e devo dire con tanta energia e passione. Grazie della vostra attenzione.
I always dreamt of making profit, but with moral, dignity, ethics, and a lot of energy and passion. Thank you everyone for the attention.
Thank you indeed. I'd like to pay personal tribute to Ital Preziosi for being a very independently minded, forward-thinking refiner. Many refiners may be progressive, but they're fairly discreet. They sometimes wait to be pushed. Some refiners lead. I think Ital Preziosi is one of those. I'd like to invite to the stage my collaborators, so John Key and Helen Mitchell, who are ESG advisors to CIBJO. I'd actually like to invite Alice back to the stage. Thank you. They are going to speak in a little while. Meanwhile, given the time constraints, I'm going to be skimming a lot of the content I hope to present to you. That said, the presentation will be available to all, and I really would hope that some of you, when you hear me speed through this, will actually go back and maybe pay a little attention to what I've been saying, because we are running out of time. I wanted to talk about the case of sustainability, which for many of you I hope doesn't have to be argued too much, but nonetheless I think it's important to restate why we talk about these things. I want to talk about this idea of collaboration, of working across sectors, across segments of the industry, coming together, because frankly, that's what we'll need to do. The Sustainable Development Commission has been only formed for a few years. It emerged from the Responsible Sourcing Commission, building on very strong foundations. And I was going to cover some of its progress and plans, but I think, again, we may have to skim over those a little. So I won't bother with what we're going to talk about. I'll go straight into the actual detail. Hopefully, the in-conversation bit at the end, if we have time, means that we can have a more interactive discussion. But first, sustainability. I've heard it said in forums like this that often we don't actually know what sustainability is. It is all things to all people. So let's try and just focus a little. And Alice knows this quote all too well, so she also uses it quite often. This is often the kind of default definition, but it's worth restating: meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It's forward-looking. It's basically saying we need to consider now what legacy we leave for the next generations. So forward-looking, we often hear an awful lot about recent progress, recent performance, but what are we trying to achieve for the next generation? But in more detail, the three pillars of sustainability: environmental sustainability, planet Earth, nature, things that you all know but often take for granted; social sustainability, community, vibrant relations between communities and stakeholders; and, as we mentioned, Thomas mentioned it too, economic sustainability, the ability of an economy to grow. When we talk about changing the way we do business, the way the economy functions, somebody is going to finance that. So you need a vibrant economy. You need to be both solvent but also confident in terms of your economic sustainability. And the current context. Context number one, we have moved from, or we're moving from, an era where these things were discussed in terms of CSR, corporate social responsibility. And that's still the case, but increasingly, we're moving from the voluntary and the discretionary to firm obligations, often regulated requirements, and the need to reference shared frameworks, shared references, shared indicators of progress. And that's what ESG is. That is not the same as CSR. And we'll be talking more about ESG in a second, but that's the context. The other context, and we've heard a bit about it today, the geopolitical context, the rise in conflict, tension, fragmentation, polarization, a whole load of headwinds which potentially can cause some people to turn away or to challenge the priorities of sustainability. That's the context. But those challenges, those problems are not going away. In fact, some of them will continue to get worse unless we really come together and accelerate our actions. So how do we define the challenge? And I won't dwell too much on the fear factor. Anybody who talks about climate and nature, we are full of terrible facts, full of stories of potential peril. But we can quantify that, and one way we can quantify it is in this concept of planetary boundaries. Johan Rockström and a bunch of scientists got together and said, okay, how do we define what is needed for humanity to thrive on the planet? And they came up with 9 planetary boundaries, 6 of which we have now breached. So it looks like a complex chart. It isn't really. The little green center, circle in the center, hopefully you can see it, that's where we're safe. The red dotted ring is where we're at risk. As you can see, in many cases, we've gone beyond that. In scientific terms, humanity no longer exists in a safe place. And I think that's really worth bearing in mind when we talk about what is the challenge. We've reached 6 out of 9 planetary boundaries that will allow humans to prosper on Earth. That's the fear factor. The positive, the opportunity, is for us to respond. And when I say us, I mean all businesses, all business leaders, all leaders of all types. But looking at business in particular, very recently, the World Economic Forum surveyed over 2,000 company leaders, business leaders. And they said, this year, the year we're living in now, is the year that business now understands the case for sustainability as a core business objective. So between 2022 and 2023, which were not easy years, there were years we came out of COVID, but we're going into conflict, sometimes parallel challenges. Nonetheless, those business leaders that said they saw sustainability as a core objective tripled. So it's now seen as mainstream in business. And very importantly, many of them no longer see it as a cost, as a long-term cost. Costs are definitely involved. But they see that there is a business case for sustainability. That's an opportunity. And you'll see I've highlighted good news. The good news is that there's an opportunity for the private sector to contribute to the transition. but companies must lay the foundations, and that's what we're talking about today. So we're talking about in the Sustainable Development Commission for CIBJO, lay those foundations for all jewellery practitioners. So that's the context, if you like. And I always use this quote, because this is the coming together bit. This is the, why do we need to collaborate? Why is one company never going to solve any of this on its own? And so I won't read the quote, but the important thing there is that if we come together, we can elevate the level of our outputs and we can amplify our impact. And again, that's what this is all about, that's what CIBJO is all about, it's what the Watch and Jewellery Initiative is all about. It's why we need coalitions of the willing that are willing to lead. So I won't skim through this. This is basically what we've been doing in CIBJO, and I really would encourage any of you to come and talk to me about what we're doing. We have published we're publishing a roadmap of sustainability and ESG. We are looking to integrate, moving beyond just a roadmap, integrate work on indicators, and you'll hear more about that in a second. And as I say, we're looking for linkages. We're looking to use the resources that are developing very rapidly for the jewellery sector. We're looking to cross-reference those, to build an ecosystem to allow us all to move and progress quickly. Next year's plans is to consolidate that, but also importantly, as I say, we built on the foundations of responsible sourcing. In something else that I work on, what we call the Gold Principles Group, we have 10 principles of responsibility and sustainability. Principle number 1 is responsible sourcing. So I mentioned the issue of it's a big challenge. How do we support the industry? How do we allow you to get to grips with some of these challenges? Well, we try and keep it simple. And the guidance that we're producing says, okay, there's all of these big challenges, but let's put them into classifications you understand. People, planet, and product. And so if you think about those three, all of you understand that you basically have to embed concepts, plans regarding people. All of you hopefully becoming more aware and active in terms of being sensitive to the needs of the planet. And hopefully most of you are already aware of these issues of traceable, responsible products and product sourcing. So that's what we're going to be documenting in detail. Looks like we're having problems with our slides again. But we acknowledge we're trying to keep it simple, but it is complicated too, and therefore we need to look at what industry leaders have already done, what are the current benchmarks, what are the expectations in terms of industry leaders, what have they demonstrated. We need to look at the regulatory landscape. It's huge, moving very, very fast, and as I say, increasingly obligations will not be voluntary, they will be firmly embedded in law and regulation. And we are the Sustainable Development Commission, so everything we do should align itself with the SDGs. And so, yeah, the language, the targets, you'll hear more of it in a second, but that's, it's key. We have a framework which defines sustainability for all of us, so we may as well use it. I won't, again, discuss the document in detail, but it is coming, and it will seek to integrate other references and other key material that's been produced by many of the people in this room. Secondly, I say we built upon the responsible sourcing foundations at CIBJO, the responsible sourcing blue book, the responsible sourcing toolkit. Now that was developed some years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. Things have moved on, so we need to look at that again. We need to make sure it's up to date, but actually probably make it even a little simpler to use. There's a case, frankly, for considering what it means for SMEs in particular, and you'll hear a lot more about focusing on SMEs. But that's something we'll be looking at next year too. And I mentioned good practice. I mentioned there's a lot of good work being done out there. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We'll have the roadmap, which will eventually become a blue book, that will integrate the ESG principles and indicator work, and you'll hear more about that in a second. We also will pay reference to the great work that the Watch and Jewellery Initiative have done. They've already produced guidance and roadmaps on human rights, on nature, so we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We should start to as I say, build this ecosystem of mutually advantageous resources that we can all share. And I mentioned the Gold Principles Group. This is another association of associations. 14 associations, including the China Gold Association, one of the most significant gold organizations in the world, are part of this. And this is, again, acknowledging and committing to principles which basically define what the whole industry means by sustainability. And then, and I will steal Fariel, she's not in the room, but then acting upon it and demonstrating progress. So that's where we are, and we want to build on that. I'm going to come to the first of those, and my voice to rest, and introduce Helen and John, who will talk you through the work they've been doing. We've been working together, but gradually, that's available now, but gradually we'll also integrate it into a more comprehensive, here are a set of resources, but it can be used now as they can tell you.
Thank you so much, John. As John says, we've been working with John and Gaetano and Wesley on a build from the work that we did last year that was presented in Jaipur, which some of you will remember. Just a very brief introduction. We are both very experienced by now in ESG and sustainability, although I would say that no one is an expert in ESG. and anyone that tells you that they are is not being truthful. Everyone is still learning about ESG. It's everyone's shared problem. But what I would say is that Helen in particular has spent over 25 years helping SMEs in particular think about their contribution to sustainability and to broader ESG. And I have 25 years experience of helping companies to think about ESG. We work for Key & Co. Key & Co is a global consulting and advisory network, and we work in infrastructure, ports, commercial shipping, and increasingly on global supply chains, including in this case the supply chains that all of you work in and that sit within the wider CIBJO group of activities and geographical regions and supply chains. So just before we dive into the work in a bit more detail, we wanted to set some context, and a little bit, as John was saying, there's two ways of looking at this: risk and opportunity. And we all know and have all experienced the changes in climate that are affecting all of us. There were lots of discussions last night about this topic. We were talking in particular about Japan and the way in which the cherry blossom has changed. There are more typhoons, sea levels are rising. We're all experiencing climate change as a reality now, and it's hitting all of us. And indeed, there was a report at the end of last month from the UN that talked about the implications of the current trajectory that we're on. And they worked on the current emissions and what that would mean in terms of temperature rises, average temperature rises for our planet. And most of you, many of you will have seen this report. I actually took some positivity from the report. I thought it was more glass half full than half empty. And in fact, the UN statements were all around it isn't too late. We can change the trajectory that we're on, and we can move from a 3.1 degrees rise back to a 1.5 degree rise. And it's in our gift, and it's something that all of us can contribute to. So we wanted to give that context before we dive into some of the detail. So hopefully some of you remember the wheel from last year in Jaipur. When we presented the original framework, it was around taking action. And so we broke down the ESG, the complex area, into 14 different themes. And in Jaipur last year, we presented guidance on how to take action. It was for all businesses, including large and small, but taking particular account of SMEs. And over the past year, that work has been shared broadly across CIBJO members, but also gained traction, and now wheel has gathered momentum and has rolled its way to the UN, where Gaetano presented, along with some of the other work that CIBJO is doing, the work that came out of the Jaipur presentation last year. So what we didn't talk about last year was measurement, and as we all know, measurement is critical, because if we can't measure something, then we can't improve it, we can't understand how we are doing at the moment, or the trajectory that we're on, and we can't break the problem down to a level that enables us to move things forward. And for CIBJO, and related to ESG in particular, there are a number of reasons why this is really important. So measuring and reporting builds trust, and it gives consumers confidence. It enables the tracking of those action plans. It informs management focus. It drives accountability for driving change. It avoids accusations of greenwashing. It enhances the brand. It ensures compliance, and it supports growth. And ultimately, and this is really important, it drives sustainable, profitable growth. So this is not just about doing the right thing. If we do the right thing and we have a sustainable business, then it's sustainable from an economic perspective as well, and increasingly so. So this is not purely about ticking boxes, it's about driving performance and ultimately driving more value for businesses that sit within the CIBJO value chain. So this is the document that we're releasing shortly in draft version, and then will make its way into an official CIBJO document. And we're just going to give you some highlights today. Some of you will have seen this yesterday at the LGD and the SDC sessions yesterday. So I'm just going to touch on what's in there and give you a sense for the output from the work over the last year. So, as I said, we built on the previous work, the 24 principles from last year. We've aligned the work with other CIBJO work and resources. We've developed something now which, although it came out of the LGD sector, is intended to be sector agnostic and apply to all sectors. It incorporates best practice from other industries, and that will include automotive, it will include electronics, retail, which Helen has experience of. We've brought all of that into this document. It's structured around 14 principles in the wheel. We haven't reinvented the wheel, we've built on it. It contains recommendations for members to measure their own performance and also that in the supply chain. We've got examples in there from across the CIBJO family of different types of company, different sizes, and we've got some simplified recommendations for SMEs so that they can take simpler steps than larger companies. And we provided guidance of how to use the guidelines and take them forward. So just to bring that to life a little bit, for each segment of our wheel, we have measurement areas that are important, and this example is climate change. We have metrics and KPIs, which is quite an exhaustive list of potential metrics that can be used, importantly with units. And we've got typical data sources. So this is not saying that companies have to use all of these, but it's a good starting point for how to get going with measurement and metrics to use. We've also included a guide for where companies are on the journey. This is not intended to be a state of maturity. It's more about understanding the starting point and the direction of travel, which is a way of companies moving from getting going on this towards best practice. And we've got some examples. I'm going to use this one instead. So this is a larger business. This is Gemfields. And we've spent time with Johnson from Gemfields in this case, understanding the work that's going on within his organisation. We've also done this with smaller organisations and associations. So this is a different wheel. So, but actually, if you look at the detail, every one of the items on this wheel is consistent with the wheel that we presented last year. What Ed and team have done is advanced their measurements and their metrics against each of these areas. And actually, those measurements and metrics now are consistent with the relevant regulatory bodies. And they've got, through top-down leadership on this topic, a set of measurements and metrics that they're using to track the action plans, which are all very comprehensive as well. Now, not every business or every company necessarily have the resources to do that, but we've heard similar examples from smaller companies who are also moving forward on the journey. Also in the guidelines are some simple next steps that SMEs can take. We had a good session yesterday with the LGD committee. Lots of really good feedback in particular on how to simplify messaging for SMEs and to communicate this in a way that isn't daunting for SMEs. The intention is to enable any business to take the necessary steps to move towards measurement. And there's more detail in the document about what these steps are. What we didn't want to do was leave businesses with a third factor set of metrics, but no view on how to take them forward. And then finally, just coming up for air, and this is really important, and the communication is really starting this week, and will continue going forward to the wider CIBJO network. It's really important that none of us are daunted by this. It's something we're going to have to do over time, but we don't have to try and do everything at once. We can start small, even measuring 4 or 5 metrics. So I picked out for my SME, for Key & Co, 9 metrics. That's how I'm starting. Any progress is great, and you can start small. Prioritisation of the most important metrics, and that will look different for different companies, but really focusing on the ones that are important for each organisation is key. Linking the measurement approach to the plan. Building on what companies and organisations have today and can measure today. Celebrate success. So it's quite easy to get bogged down, but in 6 months' time, when you're measuring 2 or 3 metrics that you weren't measuring before, and you can start to see how the business is performing and improving, celebrate that. And seek help. And help might come internally, it might come from similar organisations, or it might come from outside. There are plenty of people that can support and help with this.
Mission is next after Sarah. Then next to John is Raluca Angel from the Natural Diamond Council. And then next to Raluca is Purvi Shah, who was alluded to just moments ago by Fariel from De Beers. And she is industry and, no, it's supply chain. Correct me. Ethical value chains. Sorry. Pardon me, everybody. At any rate, it's a really excellent panel to have. And our topic today is greenwashing. And one of the things, so what is this thing called love? And the problem with greenwashing is that it encompasses a broad spectrum of concepts, including environmental sustainability, ethical misstatements, fair trade practices, social responsibility, and words like eco-friendly, sustainable, and green. So what we are going to do is spare you the negotiation of what each one of these words means, and move to some of the questions, such as why in real terms is this a bad thing, and what is it that perhaps we can collectively do about it. Now, greenwashing is a fairly recent term. I went to the, in tribute to Gaetano Cavaliere, I went to the Oxford English Dictionary and looked it up, and it shows me an instance of usage in 1987. And it is the following: it requires more than cosmetic greenwashing to be truly concerned with the environment. And it is noted that the word derives from the expression whitewashing, which is something I have not thought of. It gives instances of use of 1990, 97, 2001, and then, as the Academy Awards would say, the rest is history. We've had many references to this phenomenon over the past few days. So my first question, and I think Raluca, perhaps you're at bat first. So greenwashing is a major concern, and that's been highlighted in the report, and everyone in the room is aware of that. What are the most common examples of greenwashing in the jewelry industry, and how can companies avoid these pitfalls while still promoting, and I'm going to put it in quotes, sustainability? And I encourage each one of you to give us specific examples. Yes, it's juicy, but it's also useful.
So I'll give you an example. With the Natural Diamond Council, we organized in partnership with a British jeweler a couple of years ago, a beautiful session, educational session for up-and-coming jewelry designers that either wanted to see how to expand their business or they wanted to learn a few extra types of real-life skills. So what we organized are basically 2 seminars, 1 week-long seminars for 2 months. So that is 1 week in 1 month and another week in another month because they also need to work for their living. So of course we couldn't do it the whole time. And we basically facilitated their conversations with, for example, photographers with tips and tricks of how they can take proper photos of their jewelry, how to create real-time business models, how to pitch their business. So really concrete examples from members from the industry that had advice on the matter and were subject experts. Now we also had a conversation with the Responsible Jewelry Council, who we invited to deliver training on how is it that they can actually implement sustainability-related various actions or an approach. And we did an exercise, and we went online on their channels, on Instagram, for example. We went firstly on Instagram, with the exception of one. There were 30 attendees. With the exception of one, they were all ethical jewelers, sustainable jewelers, state-of-the-art helpers of nature, anything that you can imagine. And then we asked them, what is it that means? And what is it that they were doing? And of course, when they were explaining it, you would realize that there were big statements made, and not necessarily, they didn't understand the implication of the statements that they were making. Now, they were independent jewelers. They were themselves working there, growing. So, of course, we had to explain that once the business has developed these sort of assumptions, you can't just make them generally and just put them out there. You need to verify. You need to have a strategy that needs to be embedded in your business. So, greenwashing translated, whether it's a startup, a one-person company, whether it's an SME or a large corporation, means the same thing. Don't make claims for which you do not have verified information to back them up. If you say you're sustainable, you need to understand which definition of sustainability angles are you looking at, what are you measuring, and I won't even get in the conversation what's sustainable because it is a little bit funny to go around, but just pay attention to the claims that you're making. They need to be verified. Now, there is European legislation that also mentioned earlier, and they're not the only ones, are also alluded to what the United States are pretty much saying, and I think can also mention some things that were being implemented in Hong Kong that I know they also have impact on sustainability-related measures going further. So all the markets in the world are looking at that. India is also looking at that. So what they are pretty much going towards is any generic claim, why don't you just switch it into an effort? You want to contribute to one single element you've chosen in a certain moment to focus on something with your business, whether it's connected to your local community, to who you are, your brand, your association, make a statement on that. If you do that and you're inviting your audiences to pretty much join the journey of you developing, providing impact, whether you want to change your business or you're already doing it, it's a very genuine way of getting them into your business. So I would definitely advise doing that. In your welcome packages, I think you all had our report on Diamonds of Canada. That is one way in which we want to communicate impact. All the information that is in the report, whether we used data from our members, that's third-party audited information, anything, comments, any insight, everything was verified. And we communicated in a very honest way, first-hand voices, first-hand impact, the data from government to communicate the impact that we have. And we didn't make any assumptions with that. We realistically chose specific angles that we can test that impact based on verified data. So there are some beautiful elements of storytelling that you can certainly integrate. So it's not impossible to do. I'd say be transparent, be honest, and focus on the specific things that you can prove.
Okay, so Purvi, I'm wondering.
Can I just make an intervention?
Hello? Yeah.
Just wanted to add something. When you mentioned how greenwash derives from whitewash and challenged us to share some examples, I also have, in our organisation and other places, we've been tracking this concept called pinkwashing as well, which is linked to, many organisations have been pushing a really big agenda towards empowering women. But in some instances where it's seems pinkwashing is when the organisation is maybe doing something like making a very big PR campaign around perhaps funding a charity, but in fact in their own organisation and their own supply chain is actually doing nothing around understanding what they should really be doing to empower women, and just wanted to maybe also flag that angle as well.
It's a terrific term. Often done, I'm afraid. Okay, so the next question would be, for me, from my perspective, you've spoken about some of the downfalls, if you will, and some of the ways that we can avoid, if you will, greenwashing. But what does greenwashing do? Is it, one of the things we can say is that it impacts consumer trust. But are there other downsides? What are the other kinds of damage that, if you will, using terms that are not referential and extreme in statement, what does that lead to?
I'll have a go, but maybe Sarah, Raluca, John, you want to jump in as well. So obviously I think we're looking at a new world in which consumers are very, very well informed. They are very easily able now to validate and verify what companies are making, what claims that they are presenting. So I think also, as Fariel mentioned, it's all well and good if you're making claims and no one catches you out, but if they do, the reputational damage can be so significant. There's also the broader implication around what you're doing to the entire sector, and in particular, our sector is one of luxury, of beauty, of symbols of love, and there is an added layer where people are, our sector is derived from discretionary income. There is a lot of competition in that space. Reputation is everything, so I just cannot emphasize enough the reputational impact of making unvalidated and unverified claims, not just for your own business, but it affects everybody, and there's a contagion effect that's really significant. And I think there's going to be significant legal implications as well, very quickly coming down the line.
Sarah, do you want to?
Certainly. At JVC, one of the things we offer to the American jewelry industry is our mediation practice. We take on approximately 400 cases per year, and these cases are split between intertrade disputes and then trade and consumer disputes. A big part of why we take on these disputes is to keep costs down for consumers who maybe can't afford a lawyer, but do need to address some harm that was done to them by a jeweler. And also because if we can resolve those disputes internally through our mediation program, it helps avoid bad PR in the jewelry industry. And one of the examples of cases that we've been seeing most often in the last few years is consumers who could not afford, a natural diamond, were aspiring to a laboratory-grown diamond, and instead were sold a simulated diamond, and did not know that that's what they were purchasing because the terminology used was so confusing, or they were using laboratory-grown language for simulated diamonds, which just made everybody think, oh, okay, this is what I'm getting, and it's not. And they, then brought that simulated diamond to another jeweler to get it graded, and that jeweler said, oh, what you have is a piece of junk. And so the importance of using the correct terminology for various products is paramount, because otherwise consumers end up confused, angry, and they don't want to spend more money on jewelry. So we need to make sure that as jewelers, as sellers, as retailers, we are using the correct terminology, and that also extends to these green claims. If consumers think that what they're purchasing, didn't harm the environment, or has certain benefits, and then they find out that it doesn't, again, they're going to be much more likely to walk away from the industry as a whole.
John, I wonder if you wanted to say something because of the relationship with this to harmonization, shall we say, language, terminology, etc.
Can you just explain what harmonization, what you're alluding to there?
I missed that.
Could you explain to me what you mentioned commenting in the context of harmonization?
Language, accepted language, terminology, I don't know.
I think you're possibly referring to greenwashing. Often, the reason why greenwashing is such a challenge is it's ambiguous both in terms of how it's derived and how it's used, the term. And so I think what we're talking about is clear standards, benchmarks, baselines. Where there isn't clear standards, benchmarks, where there isn't an agreed definition, then it leaves a vacuum. And when it comes to, I'll use sustainability and I won't put it in buckets. Sustainability, responsibility, let's go with that. Responsibility, when there's some ambiguity, when there isn't a standard, when there isn't a baseline, when there isn't a measure, then the vacuum is opened up where the charge of greenwashing or the opportunity for greenwashing arises. And I think that's a challenge. That said, I also think that the accusation of greenwashing has also been weaponized. And what I mean by that is that people who want to, or are uncomfortable with statements that you need to act, as we've been making here today, will say, well, you're just basically asking us to greenwash. You're basically wanting us to do something which is superficial. And I think if you're doing something that is superficial, then absolutely, but it isn't going to make a change. And so the change is the part that's credible. The idea of evidence-based change, and you've heard it already, so it's well defined. Credibility, if you're going to make a claim, it has to be credible, has to be based on data. If there's a standard to refer to, if there's a baseline or a benchmark, then it becomes extremely difficult to make a claim that isn't credible. Because some people point to the measure, they point to the baseline, they point to the definition, and say, where are you in relation to that standard, that definition? So I think things have moved so fast in the sustainability world that therefore there is a potential ambiguity. People will always exploit ambiguity or potentially will exploit ambiguity. What we need is greater clarity, greater definition, greater standards. Now I will talk about my own world and gold. I mentioned in the mining space, responsible gold mining, you can now point very specifically to what we mean by responsibility, because it's all of these 51 things. What we mean by responsible gold is a little tricky because then it goes down the value chain. That said, some of you may be aware, but I've been participating as part of ISO, the International Standards Organization, and that we're trying to now establish a standard on what we mean by responsible gold, the term responsible gold. That standard should underpin the RJC's Code of Practice, the LBMA's responsible gold guidance. The aim there is that we therefore can say, if you say, I'm responsible, are you aligned and can you demonstrate against this definition and these expectations in terms of standards, outputs, and performance improvement? But I think we also just need to be aware when we're discussing greenwashing that we should not, and I'll use another nifty little phrase, we shouldn't encourage green hushing. And green hushing because people get so nervous about actually having an ambition, they're afraid to state that they want to do something, they're afraid of action, and therefore they keep quiet, and unfortunately they may not take action. So whilst I absolutely think from a consumer perspective, we definitely need clarity, we need standards, we need definitions to avoid greenwashing, we also need to avoid this weaponization of the term, basically it might intimidate somebody to stop them taking action.
Do you mind, I wanted to add one extra point there. It's also greenwashing against other companies, right? Because we're very much also looking at our own action, and I'm absolutely delighted that part of some of the upcoming EU laws, actually you have the same request to claim the points you're making on yourself. You need to have access to the same information, verified information, to make claims against a competitor. And I would like to, unfortunately, call out a race to the bottom that has been kicked off by laboratory-grown diamonds, which I'm surprised more members of the industry did not stand up against. Because if you do a lot of the throwing of dirt and competing, they do that because of X, Y, Z, but it's completely unfounded information. You can't improve things. You should be racing to the top, never race to the bottom. And if you highlight or if you get consumers by saying the other one is doing bad, you're not doing anything about yourself. You're not improving your action. You're not declaring what's your impact. Don't do it by comparison. Do it by stating, and your own business is the one that you're able to manage and improve. So I would definitely encourage members of the industry to help tackle this, because it's a very dangerous greenwashing that, I can promise, does not affect one category. It will affect the entire industry. So also pay attention to greenwashing and selling products that are based on thrashing others. That's definitely, I think, against an ethical definition of real action.
Well, along those lines, one of the things that has been discussed by the report is that the consumer is demanding more, if you will, sustainability, more consciousness about society and environment on the part of the brands. And because of this, we should be more conscious in our rhetoric. But I have a question for each of you along the lines of the challenge you just posed, which is to do better, which is, do we wait for that request, or do we do it because it is the right thing to do?
That's a fairly easy answer there.
Pardon?
That's a fairly easy answer.
Maybe not.
Definitely need to start by doing it now, and our consumers are not only incredibly well informed and they know how to use information, as where we highlighted, but they also absolutely demand honesty. So they cannot be more allergic than for us to say we've done it all, we've succeeded, we're there, we're all fantastic. The most sustainable, I absolutely love whenever I see comparison terms to what's one thing more sustainable than another, so I would also challenge that concept. But don't declare you're already there. On the contrary, invite all of your consumers, all of your stakeholders to join you on the journey. I've mentioned that before. I think the transparency and honesty, it's okay for you to state you're at the start of your journey. This is what I do because that's what impacts me and what I impact, which is the real definition of your due diligence and responsible action. So I think our consumers don't necessarily request or expect, I would say, already only buying from sustainable companies, because they themselves have become allergic to the term because they don't know how to finally measure it. But I think they would absolutely want us to be responsible and show that we care. So if you show them how you care and how you're trying to improve yourself, I think that's incredibly valuable for our consumers, and that they're already demanding.
Yeah, I really like what you said earlier in today, John, around amongst your many panels.
You have to move the chair, by the way.
I apologize for being a
No, it's
pixie
been
here.
so insightful. Oh, but one of my key takeaways was how you were talking about the shift from CSR to ESG, and how we're moving towards this progress of more alignment towards the measures that we are, like the progress against the measures that we are holding ourselves account to. And this also applies in the space of the terminology and the definitions and the words that we're using. They're really important. And as the legislative landscape increases around consumer protection, as consumers are demanding more, and as businesses want to be able to demonstrate those credibly, it's like we have to move now, especially on the opportunities that we have to standardize on definitions, so that we're all aligned and speaking and singing from the same hymn sheet. It's pretty fundamental for the existence of our industry into the future.
We'll talk about this a little bit more tomorrow, but the Federal Trade Commission is in the middle of revising their green guides, which touch on environmental terminology. And this is the first time they've reviewed these guides since 2012. And you have to think back and imagine just how much sustainability and green terminology has exploded between 2012 and now. The standards that existed in 2012 just do no longer apply to how we're doing business in 2024. And so this is one of the drawbacks of the U.S. Federal Trade Commission process, is that these guidelines do only get reviewed every 10 years. And quite frankly, the FTC has been incredibly slow to do anything on their revision. We think that something will happen by the end of the year, but one of the themes that was echoed in all of the comments that were filed with the Federal Trade Commission in this most recent review process was just how much the technology had outpaced the terminology. And so we have to make sure that as our businesses evolve, as the consumer expectations continue to really demand that we're giving them real data, that we're actually able to live up to that, and that we're able to use terminology that makes sense to consumer at that point of sale.
First of all, I will apologize again for being on stage. Tomorrow you have a stage free in my presence. I'd also like to, somebody commented at lunchtime that they said, I say the same thing too many times. So I'm going to avoid saying it, but that is a reference to the point of you need to start in terms of the data, the evidence, to allow you to make claims. And those claims need to be based on either intended action or, better still, on solid action. So I won't say, get started, because I keep saying it. But I think that defining that pathway to action is key, because if you're not really taking the positive action, then making a claim isn't likely to be credible. And that's one of the key points of a lot of non-credible claims. They're based on avoidance. They're not based on positive action. And I think there's a slight difference between avoiding something and then calling yourself whatever you choose to call yourself, and then basically taking action and then trying to explain, to build stories and narrative around what is actually intended change. And you need to do it as soon as you can.
I'd like to just step back for a second on regulatory bodies and ask you, Raluca, if you have anything that you'd like to add about what's happening in the European space, because we talk a lot about the FTC green guides, and they're important to us, but tell us a little bit about what's happening in the EU.
And to be honest, I think the European Union and the United States are definitely also looking at each other as big markets in moving this. So hopefully they will mirror each other's efforts. Alignment is certainly something we'd absolutely dream of. So here's to hoping and encouragement. I'm actually fairly certain that they're going in the same direction. And the fact that they are acting now is by no means a coincidence. Sarah highlighted really well that we're already far behind what is going on out there, and you need to not necessarily police it, but also think now going further, what further development you need so that you can support real action, communication, and validation for the long term, so that it's of course sufficient for the long term. So the European Union, like also mentioned earlier in some of the sessions, is looking at a package. It's an EU Green Agenda package, and definitely looking at actually responsible or sustainable consumption, as they refer to very often. So basically they want to empower consumers. They're of course addressing the EU consumers, but I think the impact is actually quite global. Empowering consumers so that when they're presented with information in a way in which they can, one, understand the claims that are being made towards them, be able to verify them, and empower them to be able to choose the products they want to choose with the real information. So you have the EU Green Claims Directive, which is now hot in negotiations between the European institutions. I think it will come out by the end of this year, which means they will absolutely explain clearly the sort of information that you need to support your claims. There will be no space for wrong interpretation, I think, and they also, of course, have reporting guidelines through which they can actually help those companies put those claims into practice and into further reporting. So the Claims Directive now with the Empowering Consumers Directive, we already know that generic environmental claims are banned. You can't say environmentally friendly, bio-friendly, or other things like this. Just a generic claim is not possible to be done.
And that's true in the United States as well. The 2012 Green Guides, although they are not necessarily fit for what we're doing now, do also say you can't make broad, unqualified environmental marketing claims without having some information or data to back up those claims. So that is something that is underpinning all of this work that we're doing.
I guess, Purvi, the next question I'd like to kind of throw to you, because one of the things that's talked about in the report is the need for unified standards, and that kind of touches on, although standards and words can arguably be seen as one leading to the other, the nomenclature project that you've been working so hard on for the past couple of years, year and a half. And so the report suggests that we need unified standards in green terminology for the jewelry sector. And what steps do you think that we ought to be taking to create and enforce those standards?
Right, thank you for that. So, as Fariel mentioned yesterday, CIBJO is such an ideal place to look at creating such a set of standards because it's got such a diverse reach. It's got a diverse reach globally as well as across every material that goes into jewelry, and that impact and scale is it's phenomenal. It's such an asset that can be leveraged when, and what we're trying to do is establish some baseline definitions that can be used across the industry, maybe looking at a common denominator across the different legislation in the key consumer markets as well, trying to understand what consumers want, trying to meet the legislative need, and trying to also understand what companies need to do to build something that can be leveraged, that can be used by both small and large companies, where we're all speaking the same language to our consumers. Sorry.
No, I was just going to ask Sarah, I wonder what you think about this vocabulary that, if you will, we're working to be precise about. And do you think that, for example, what's being codified in the parts of it that are relative to greenwashing in the CIBJO nomenclature will be applicable, will be used by our colleagues in the States?
Sure. Well, I've been participating on the nomenclature committee as have you, and I think one of the challenges we have is that the United States does not necessarily adopt the CIBJO blue books. However, if we can have the work of the nomenclature committee ready, the next federal commission in their green guides review is that they're going to probably come back and issue a draft set of guidelines. And if we have this work ready to go, we can say in response to them when they ask for comments, which they give you 30 days to do, they will, but if we can have this ready to go, we can say, hey, look, we as a jewelry industry have come together to say these are the types of standards that we want to see in the space. And we are a very small voice in a very large project. The FTC green guides apply across industries. They're not just about jewelry. So we're fighting with plastics, with paper, with textiles, with every other industry that wants these guidelines, these regulations to be tailored to them. So if we can show that we have an international group behind us saying, okay, this is what works for us, please pay attention to us, it's so much more powerful.
So this quest for understanding and for shared language relates to questions of transparency in marketing. And what are the best practices for ensuring transparency in sustainable claims, and how can companies provide substantial evidence of their practices to consumers?
So claims need to be clear, simple, direct, non-deceptive, substantiated. These are all the standards of the Federal Trade Commission. It is absolutely essential to be clear about the claims you're making. It's also really important to disclose those claims very close to, if not immediately next to, the words that you're disclaiming. So we've got lots of guidance and information about how to make disclosures. Of course, we have all the different books that give you all kinds of information on how to make disclosures about your products. We have in the United States, we have the American Gem Trade Association called Gemstone Disclosure Guides. We have all kinds of codes and information on how to make disclosures. This is not actually that complicated, and it's not new to advertising. If you, who was it? Somebody yesterday was referencing I think referencing the American drug advertisements that have long list of here are all things that are going to happen to you if you take this drug, and at the end of a commercial, in very fast American voice. Those are all there because some regulatory body has said you have to make these disclosures when you're making claims about your products. We know how to do that as an industry. We know how to make disclosures. We know how to tie that information to the claims, and it's just about applying that guidance in this world too, taking this green terminology, making sure that you're being clear about your claims. I tell our members all the time that if you want to make a sustainability claim, a green claim, but you're not sure if that word applies to you, what you should actually be doing is just tell your consumer what it is that you're doing. You can't just say, I'm sustainable. Okay, bye. You can say, hey, you know what? I decided that the thing that I care about for my business is making sure that I use packaging that it comes from recycled content, that is biodegradable, and that limits water use. Because these are things that I decided I'm passionate about, and this is where I want to do it. You can't solve all the world's problems with one product, but you can solve some problems with a product, and you can decide this is where I'm going to take that first step.
Absolutely, and I can actually add one extra element that you and I think it will also keep back if they're not already doing. Any claims that you're making, if you're making claims for an entire product, you need to make sure that you can verify all those claims for that entire product. If, for example, you only do energy efficiency for your buildings, mention that versus say, I'm an energy efficient company as a whole, because that would also include any transport actions that you're doing, whether it's for your main resources or shipping your products there. So be careful in generalizing even that action. I think that's quite paramount too. And to be honest, from this generalization, there's another element, and Sarah mentioned a little bit about it. If you're also making claims towards the future, these are my objectives per period XYZ, you need to also publicly and very transparently share that with your consumers. What's your strategy? What's the plan? If you're just making the claim and you're leaving it out there in the open, it is not verified information. You need to also show that strategy. And part of that is also a very lot of conversation around carbon offsetting. There are a lot of consumers believe that they see, and unfortunately there are also certificates out there that are given to companies for offsetting activities, and they receive a confirmation that they are carbon neutral or carbon negative even, and then they get this beautiful logo that they attach to their brand. I would also caution that, because legislation that is coming is going to transparently ask companies to communicate if you're carbon negative based on offsetting. That's not technically a claim that you're allowed to make. You should say that you're offsetting below your action, because that action does not mean you're trying to reduce the impact you're having. So you need to look a little bit at that balance as well, and offsetting is also referring to emissions that you're going to start going further, so you're technically not reducing exactly those emissions in that moment. So I would also caution a bit of action based on carbon offsetting alone.
So picking up carbon offsetting point, that you're right, the language around how you use a reference to your carbon offsetting, but most carbon neutral certification actually now is built in with the fact you actually have to have a reduction plan as well. And so it does, the language it does have that forward action, forward intention part, and if you don't have a plan, then basically you should get certificate as well.
Well, we are very tight on time. So in closing, I'm going to first of all ask you all to, if you have any questions, we will, so to speak, hang around up here in Yankee Ease and be delighted to talk with each one of you. And just to say a couple of closing things. And one is that another thing that the report calls for is collaborative efforts. And we certainly hope that this conversation is an example of such collaborative effort. That you will engage with stakeholders as well as with environmental organizations and regulatory agencies to strive for more ethical, if you will, truthful, ethical is already a word that in the nomenclature project we've identified as being hot button, but if you will, more truthful, more transparent practices. And also that to take a cue from some of the people who really are leading the way, that you will act appropriately because it is the right thing to do, as Mark Hanna would have said, a gentleman from Ridgeline, not waiting until you are told that it is important to a sector of society. If you believe it's important, if we believe it's important, the time to act is now. We take the lead and show the way. It's been a pleasure to moderate this panel, and just remember, God is in the details. It may seem like, oh, greenwashing is such a small thing, but the fact is that that gray area is precisely where so many problems can arise, and being precise, specific, being careful is so critically important, and I know that's something that Sarah hopes to carry the torch on as the commission, the wind fills its sails. So thank you all, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's take a group photo together. Thank you, our speakers. And now please stay on the stage for a moment, and please look at the camera and smile. Okay, once again. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. And now please take your seats. Thank you, our speakers. Thank you so much for professional sharings. Thank you for your time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and looking back at the discussions and exchange we had over the course of this Congress, it is clear that we have covered a great deal of ground and made significant progress on the topics at hand. And the idea shared, the questions raised, and the solutions proposed have all added depth and dimension to our understanding of these issues. And we can know that I encourage all of you to take the outcomes back to our teams and work towards our realization. And inclusive, I would like to thank all the speakers and the panelists and all those who have worked behind the scenes to make this meeting possible. And your hard work and dedication have been instrumental in ensuring a smooth and successful CIBJO Congress. So I wish you all enjoy stay in Shanghai. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again. And please come back for national dinner at 7 p.m. and see you later. Bye-bye. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and now we will meet here at our welcome dinner at 7:30 p.m. Okay, and please remember the time and get there on time. Thank you so much. See you soon. 7:30 p.m. Bye-bye.
Recording stopped.